Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
At this time, I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. I will ask our board members to identify themselves for the record as I call your names. I'm Elena McComas, Todd Ferrante,
Present.
John Andes,
Present.
Bill Buchanan,
Present.
Bill Gordy,
Present.
Nate Passwaters,
Present.
Donald Smack.
Present.
We have a quorum. Now, can I have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda?
Motion, Donald Smack.
Thank you. A second?
Second, Bill Gordy.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Motion to enter, we need a motion to enter into closed session under the general provisions, Article Section 3305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month, Section 3305B1 to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. And Section 3305B7 is to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice, also to perform administrative functions. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session?
Motion, Todd Ferrante.
Thank you. A second.
Second, Bill Buchanan.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. ahead. Welcome.
Are you on?
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just have to be sure. As we reconvene this Board of Education open session meeting, I want to note that we still do have a quorum. Additionally, I want to remind both our board members and our audience, this is open session is being streamed live with both audio and video. Conversations in the audience, therefore, may be audible and on the live stream, so just please be mindful of that and limit any unnecessary conversing. A closed session meeting was held today in pursuant to the General Provisions Article 3305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to discuss personnel matters, approve previous closed session minutes, and to discuss legal matters, and also to perform administrative functions. Okay, and so today we are thankful to have Pastor Daryl McCready here from Sunrise Church in Berlin, who will lead us in the invocation. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, you're good there.
You join with me in a word of prayer. Father God, I first of all want to praise you for you are the sovereign God of all creation. Thank you, Lord, for the many benefits we have of living here in Worcester County, Maryland. Benefits that you have given. Beautiful creation we get to enjoy. God, we have many blessings to be able to live here. I thank you, God, for your protection over our schools. I pray, God, for a hedge of protection still be placed around them, that no one could bring harm to our kids and our students. That, God, you would stand guard over our schools and keep them safe. God, your word says that no one is in place of authority that you have not put there. So, God, I pray for this board as they make decisions, that you would lead them, that you would guide them, that you would correct them when needed, and that, Lord God, you would give them the wisdom to make decisions that line up with you and your precepts. For one day, we all will stand before you for account. I thank you for it. I pray your blessing over this proceeding. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor McCready. God bless you. We appreciate it. As we start, can I get a motion to approve the open session board minutes from April 19th, 2026?
Motion, Donna Smack.
Thank you. A second?
Second, Bill Gordy.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. We're now going to move to our Board of Education report, and I'd like to open up the floor to my fellow board members in the event that you may have any comments, since we are moving towards transparency here, as we say. So, go.
Yeah, thank you, Elena. I'd like to, a little bit of clarification in regard to the bus driver's contract that's been in the news a lot lately. I've got a lot of my constituents that are asking about this, and just to make sure that I've got correct, clarification, I was just wondering if Mr. Tolbert could come up to the table there, rather than me having to lean around and look at you. Vince, in this time of rising gas prices, which I'm sure all of us never thought we would see, I'm shocked every time that I go to the pump to put gas in my car. And I know that we have a gas allowance for the bus contractors to that. I'd like to have some clarification in regard to the fuel supplement, which we have built in with our agreement to them in regard to when the price of gas goes up. You know, could you clarify that for me, please?
Sure, Mr. Buchanan. The way it works is for many years, the board has had a fuel supplement procedure in place for our bus contractors. And the way that works is that each year there's a base amount for fuel that's set. And any time that fuel rises above or below 10% of that base amount, then the fuel mileage rate paid to our bus contractors is adjusted.
Okay.
For this year, that base amount is $3.35. So 10% above $3.35 is $3.68. So for this year, once the average price of diesel fuel rose above $3.68, the bus contractors received a fuel supplement. So just for your information, in February, they received a 3 cents in additional fuel reimbursement. In March, it was 14 cents.
Right.
And for the month of April, it was 17 cents.
Okay.
And if prices remain where they are as of yesterday, they will receive additional 32 cents in their fuel reimbursement rate per mile. So that was put into place to protect our bus drivers, to make sure that they weren't harmed by huge increases in fuel.
Right.
And I believe it shows that it's working.
Okay, so that would be, if I'm correct here, if the basic allowance is $1.62,
For the current year end, it's $1.60. July 1, it goes to $1.62.
okay, then that 32 cents would be added
Yes, it would be
that.
go from $1.60 to $1.92 per
to
mile
$1.92. Okay.
if prices stay where they are as of today for the month of May.
And that's
Yes.
per mile, correct?
Yes, sir, per mile.
I'm looking at your fuel supplement reimbursement schedule here, where it says the increase in diesel fuel cost per gallon on the average fuel cost range at the very, very top is $4.94 to $5. With diesel going over that, this sheet probably needs to be
Yeah, and
looked at
actually, Ms.
again.
Heiser, our transportation manager, has already redid that sheet, so now it
Okay.
goes all the way up to like $8 or $9 a gallon, I believe.
Let's hope
And it
that
would
never
there would be no
happens.
limits on it. If
Right.
it went up to $10 a
Right.
gallon, they would be adjusted appropriately. Yes, sir.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. You know, like I said, I never thought I'd see the time where I would fill up my car and it would be $70 for a little Subaru Outback, but thank you for your answer to these questions. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
You're very welcome.
Are there any other?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just, I want to address the community about some misinformation that's happened in regards to our contract with our bus contractors. And I want everybody to know that we value our bus contractors. We appreciate them delivering and our students to and from school safely every day. But we showed that appreciation when we were closed because during COVID, there was no bus services that were running. And we were one of the only counties in Maryland that paid our bus drivers even when they couldn't work. We also appreciate our teachers, support staff, custodial, and everyone that contributes into making this school system one of the best school systems in the state. This year we raised the hourly rate of our bus contractors from $22.50 to $25, which is about, we gave them a 4.5% package, raising the per mile fuel rate and the fuel and repair reimbursement rate from $1.60 to $1.62. And I'll get to the escalation clause that Mr. Tolbert talked about. The average bus runs about 100 miles a day, so that's about $162 per day to cover some of these costs. We also increased the administrative fee to $3,500. We raised the personal allowance, or the PVA fee as well. And we did this because we want to be able to provide one of the best packages to our bus contractors we could. We looked at neighboring counties, Wycomico and Somerset, and then we looked at the entire eastern shore of Maryland. And we were pleased to find out that Worcester County Public Schools is the best paying bus contractors on the eastern shore. We then looked at the state of Maryland, and we're third in the state for the cost spent per pupil for transportation. So the fuel surcharge that was implemented that Mr. Tolbert spoke about, it covers any escalation of fuel charges so that we make sure that we're taking care of them when these fuel charges are going up. And this board has done everything possible to make sure that we've given our bus contractors a fair and extremely just package. And I know that it's not all of our bus drivers that are upset, but just, there is a portion of them. But when you look at the fact that we're the best paying school system in the entire Eastern Shore, and we're third in the state. I think that says a lot about how we feel about our bus contractors. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Okay, board members, any other comments or discussions?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to extend my congratulations to all the seniors who are graduating, who are walking across the stage at some point in time in the very near future. This is our last Board of Education meeting before we have senior celebrations and graduations. And I want to especially express my appreciation to the senior class because you folks survived COVID. When you think about everything that you went through over the last 4 years between masking, unmasking, COVID, Zoom, Google Hangouts, synchronous, asynchronous, and all those other kinds of things, I want to extend my personal congratulations and deep appreciation to the class of 2022 for surviving and making it through COVID and everything you had to do over the last 4 years. So congratulations, especially to our board members. I wish you the very best, and please always remember, we need teachers. So if you're thinking about a career, a great career, become a teacher, because there's no better career, in my humble opinion, than being a teacher. So congratulations to the class of 2022. Well done. You survived COVID. You made it through it. You did it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mandes. Any other comments for the good of the? Okay. We will go ahead and move on then. We'll go to the superintendent's report. Mr. Taylor.
Dr. Andes, thank you for stealing my thunder. But spoken as a former superintendent, I'll let you slide on that one. But no, it's really hard to believe that I'm saying this, but we're in the home stretch of this school year. It's hard to believe, but the next time we meet in June, our students and teachers, and I see some of them out there, will have been dismissed for the summer. And I've already heard the countdown of days. But before I get ahead of myself here, though, I want to bring it back to this month where in many of our schools, there is a flurry, and I mean a flurry of activity that is happening. It's exciting. This is especially the case in our high schools as we're approaching many, many exciting things for our seniors especially. The leadership team, our board members, and I have already begun attending these wonderful end-of-year events like our We Excel banquets, where we honor our students for their academic achievement this year. And just before Memorial Day, our high schools will kick off those celebrations for the class of 2022. With intent night, senior awards, parades, and of course graduations, I know I can speak for everyone up here when I say how excited I am to attend these events and celebrate the accomplishments of the class of 2022. And I know our board is excited to attend many of them as well. And I don't want to forget about our middle and elementary schools. They are busy with activities as well. Students are full of that spring fever, and our schools are ensuring that our students are having opportunities to enjoy the beautiful weather. I hope the sun for the first time today. We've had these past few weeks by planning outdoor learning events like field days and field trips. I know that we just honored an incredible group, or we're going to honor an incredible group of musicians and artists today, just to say a few that we're going to honor. But I also want to say what an absolute success this year's Fine Arts Festival was, and some of those directors will be in here today from our band and our art teachers in just a few minutes. It was a joy to celebrate our young artists alongside their families. And I'm looking forward to yet another celebration of the arts coming up this month at Snow Hill Elementary School, and I think their principal is here, with their big draw, which is something that's enjoyed by all of us and back this year. Before I close, I just want to reiterate how proud I am that we are able to celebrate so many students and staff throughout this month. We shine a light on the thriving artistic community we have built within Worcester County Public Schools. We celebrate scholarship and honor exceptional leaders across our county. Being a part of these celebrations and the recognitions we have this month truly make me grateful for the work we do every day. And lastly, while we won't honor these groups until next year, I want to share that our student athletes are also succeeding, both in the classroom and on the field, and I'm speaking particularly our spring sport athletes. Our spring sports season has been phenomenal, and while we look forward to playoffs in the coming weeks and going on now, as a matter of fact, these student athletes are already and have represented Worcester County Public Schools incredibly well, and I'd like to thank each of them. So all in all, we have lots to celebrate and be grateful for here in Worcester County. And I get the opportunity to go around to schools and see all this on a regular basis, and I know our leadership team does, and our principals at the schools see it, our coordinators, supervisors, everybody get the opportunity to see these things that are happening in our schools. And I will again say, I am honored and I am grateful to work in the best school system in Maryland, if not in this nation, Worcester County Public Schools, because of the people, both the students and our leaders, and our families who support our schools. So I'd like to thank everyone for making our school system such a huge success. Thank you, Mrs. McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We move on to our student representative reports. I'd like to welcome our 2021-2022 student representatives who are joining us today to provide their monthly updates from their high schools. This will be their last meeting. We are so appreciative of you all and being here and doing what you've done this year, particularly through the worst of it. So thank you. There's no words to really express where I'm coming from on that one. You guys have been phenomenal. Thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and start with Lauren.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Ms. McComas. I would first like to thank the Board of Education for the wonderful opportunity to serve as the student representative. It has been such an amazing experience, and I have enjoyed all aspects of this position. On Tuesday, May 10th, we celebrated our 37th annual We Excel Scholastic Achievement Awards reception. The event was beautifully hosted by the Ocean City Fontainebleau Resort. Of our 342 students, 166 qualified. This past Friday, May 13th, our National Honor Society students took a trip up to Philadelphia where they enjoyed visiting the Franklin Institute and the Philadelphia Aquarium. We all truly had so much fun, and it was so amazing to go on a field trip for the first time since before the pandemic. With the end of the year getting so close, Snow Hill High School students and staff are looking forward to all the upcoming activities honoring our 2022 seniors. The last full day for seniors is this Friday, May 20th. Our senior walk through the Snow Hill schools is May 25th at 9 a.m. Graduate Awards Night and the senior picnic is on May 25th as well. The baccalaureate is May 31st, and graduation is June 2nd at 7 p.m. We are excited to have former teacher Dr. Nikki Blake as our commencement speaker. Next week, May 23rd through the 27th, we will celebrate our graduating seniors with Eagles Reach Higher Week. Students will be featured on social media with their college acceptances and future plans highlighted. Lastly, we will have our car parade on June 3rd at 5 p.m. I would like next to congratulate our boys outdoor track team for placing second in the Bayside Championship. Senior DeAndre Bratton set a new Bayside record in the 200-meter race. Amaya Brunson took first place in discus, and Bryce Purnell took first place in boys shot put. Our baseball and softball teams competed in their first playoff games this week. Yesterday, the baseball team beat Washington 8-1 and will be advancing to compete against either Mardella or Pocomoke tomorrow. However, the softball team finished their season yesterday with an incredible fight against Washington, losing 13-11. Snow Hill area schools will have their band and chorus concerts this week. SHHS at Snow Hill High School this evening, May 17th. Snow Hill Elementary School will be held tomorrow, May 18th, and Snow Hill Middle Schools will be held on May 19th. We look forward to the wonderful presentations from each of our schools. Also, on May 27th, all Snow Hill schools will have Field Day and Fun Day to celebrate the outstanding work of our students this school year. The Counseling Department kicked off the month of May by celebrating Children's Mental Health Awareness Month. This year's theme is Children's Mental Health Matters. During the first week, a fact pertaining to children's mental health, along with a coping skill and self-care skill, were shared daily on the morning announcements. This same information was shared on all our social media platforms as well. Additionally, each staff member received 5 affirmation cards and were tasked with distributing them to students throughout the week to help encourage positive thinking. On May 31st, the Counseling Department will meet with the counselors and staff from Snow Hill Middle School to discuss the transition of current 8th graders. Lastly, it is such an exciting time for SHHS Academy 100. Students just completed the second group of driver's education classes, and all of them passed their final exam at the end of the course. We have a following for our Dungeons & Dragons group, who recently incorporated a 3D printer into the program to make some playing pieces. There are 2 weeks of Academy 100 left, and there's a big push to support students academically before Session 3 ends next Thursday, May 19th. We have many students staying for help, some staying every day. We are also in full swing planning for Summer Academy 100 sessions, and we'll have more on that soon, with some exciting new offerings this year. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Rachel from Stephen Decatur.
Thank you, Lauren, and good afternoon, board. Let's start today by asking, did you know that Decatur is blue, white, and green? That's right. We are proud to announce that we have recently been named a Maryland Green School by the Maryland Association for Environmental and Outdoor Education. We are looking forward to continuing all of our green initiatives while helping other schools get on the path towards this direction as well. Meanwhile, Stephen Decatur High School continues to spring into action with celebrations and special events, extracurricular activities and sports, and testing. Looking back on April, SDHS hosted a very successful prom with over 500 students in attendance, and we are super thankful for our after-prom parent committee and community businesses for their donations to our students for our after-prom event. As usual, our students have remained active in the community. Numerous Decatur Club volunteers were out and about for many events, including the Ocean Pines Spring Celebration, the MS Walk in Ocean City, and the Surf Club Beach Cleanup, as well as the Town of Berlin Earth Day Park celebration. Our annual job fair was again a success, with hundreds of students applying and obtaining employment in Worcester County. Congratulations are in order to our Peggy Howell Writing Contest winners, our DAR Good Citizen Danielle Consigli, our STAR recipients, and our hundreds of WeXL honorees. In the testing world, we just concluded administering approximately 250 advanced placement examinations in 19 different areas to over 200 students. Now we are in the midst of the MCAP and HSA assessments for nearly 400 students. Finally, in the sports world, we recently celebrated 24 student athletes who signed on to bring their games to the collegiate level. Congratulations to our baseball and softball teams as they brought home Bayside championships last week. We are excited to see what our sports teams will be able to accomplish in the postseason. Looking ahead, we have several senior celebrations, including Senior Awards Night, Baccalaureate, our 3rd annual Boardwalk Procession, and of course our commencement ceremony held at the Lewis H. Taylor Stadium. On a personal note, I'd like to thank our school leaders, our central office leaders, and members of our Board of Education for leading our school system through such difficult times during the past couple of years. I believe I speak on behalf of all the students in the room when I say how fortunate we are to live in Worcester County, and even luckier to attend one of the nation's best school systems. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And now I'm on to the Worcester Tech Board Report. This is a busy time at Worcester Tech. Seniors are taking final exams this week, and all trade students are involved in taking their certification exams in the upcoming weeks. Those exams are known as TSAs, and it will lead them to a job. Several more cosmetology students are in Towson, Maryland today taking the practical portion of their state licensing exam. All have taken the written portion and passed. Upon passing the practical portion, all will be licensed cosmetologists and will be able to work in a salon immediately. Our Skills USA students who placed in the top 3 at the state competition will not only be recognized here today, but also at the County Commissioners meeting in June. We look forward to seeing all Worcester Tech seniors walk across the stage at their respective graduations. They have been an amazing group, and we know that they will go and do great things in the future, whether it be going to college, starting a job that they have trained for, or going into the military. Congratulations to all the seniors in Worcester County. And now I'm going to turn it over to Raquel from Pocomoke High School.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, board. Pocomoke High School juniors, seniors, guests, and staff had a great time at our much-anticipated prom and grand march. We didn't let the rain and wind get in the way of our rustic rendezvous-themed event. Our junior advisors and student team did an amazing job decorating our stage, grand hallway, and gym for this event. A special thank you to the Red Garage Vintage Rentals for the great furniture and props. Our SAD student and staff team worked with community members and faith-based partners for a great night of after-prom activities that were well attended. Yesterday, seniors participated in their annual senior walk at Pocomoke Middle and Elementary schools. This was a great opportunity for students at our feeder schools to celebrate seniors as well as have a glimpse of what their future holds. Finally, we are excited to celebrate almost half of our student population during the We Excel banquet at 6 p.m. this Wednesday. This week, our senior banners will be displayed on Market Street. Thank you to parents, community partners, Board of Education members, and the city for helping this to happen. In celebration of our senior event kickoff week, our school is having a Senior Spirit Week this week. Senior events include our senior car parade, which begins at 6 p.m. this Friday on the 20th. On Sunday night, we have our baccalaureate celebration at 7 p.m. in our auditorium. May 24th is Intent Night at 7 p.m. at the Byrd Stadium. May has been full of Be the One invites, where seniors invite a staff member from pre-K to 12th grade who has supported and inspired them to achieve their goals. This staff member will stand behind their senior as they sign their intent to attend college, attend a trade school, pursue a career, begin apprenticeship, or enlist in the military. Our Senior Awards program is May 26th. Collectively, our seniors have been offered over $2.4 million, and awards are still coming in. Most importantly, our commencement ceremony will take place on May 31st at 7 p.m. at the Byrd Stadium. We'd like to thank our Board of Education and executive team for helping the class of 2022 have a beautiful ceremony they will remember. Finally, we received word today that Pocomoke High School is one of 4 finalists in the nation for America's Most Spirited High School. Voting is one day only. Please see the link on our website or social media accounts to vote today so that our school receives this award as well as $25,000. Pocomoke High School, Pocomoke Middle School, and Pocomoke Elementary students and staff are grateful for the continued support of our Board of Education and executive team. You helped make this school year a successful one, and I would just like to thank you for allowing me to be a board rep. It has really been an amazing experience.
Can I ask you a clarifying question, because I want our audience to know?
Yes.
That vote is today?
Today. Oh.
Okay, so please go home and vote and get the word out. You can vote right now. Yeah, we'll let your phones out. So thank you. Go to the again. Go to the
Pocomoke High School website. Just Google it; it'll come right up. For all those that are out there watching, you might have said that to the microphone.
Yes, to the camera. Please go to the Pocomoke High School website and vote today. Please. That money and that award is very special, and we'd like to see Pocomoke High School get that.
Thank you again, and I would like to turn it back over to Ms. McComas.
Ms. McComas, may I just share one thing about graduations to add, since all 3 of our seniors, congratulations, first of all. I'm going to miss seeing your faces. But I do want to just share this, that we will have interpreters at all of our graduations for the first time, so that if anyone there is hearing impaired, we will have sign language interpreters there. And we are currently working through the process of having closed captioning as well, which is new for our graduations. And so if you have any questions, you can contact myself. But I did want to add that for board members and for our community to know, because I think that's important for our folks who are hearing impaired.
And I'd like to say thank you again to you three. That you have been phenomenal, honestly, and I can't say enough wonderful things about each and every one of you. And if it's okay with you all, I'd like to give them a round of applause. Thank you again.
Thank you.
We are now going to move on to our time to recognize any audience members joining us today from the following organizations. Anyone present from WCTA? WCESPA. Worcester County Retired School Personnel?
Yeah, there's somebody here.
Hi, Helen Shostall. Just want to take a second to thank the board for the recognition ceremony that you have prepared for retired teachers and staff. And the fact that you take time to do the schedule, to plan and execute that, and give them their certificates, it's an important moment in their life, and you're giving them that moment of recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellen.
Yes, ma'am. Representatives from various schools? Okay. We're now going to move to student staff, community recognition, and we are going to start with Skills USA. Rick Stevens.
Good afternoon. I would first like to thank the Board of Education and our executive team. Our Skills USA team has been allowed to compete where other counties have not. So again, I thank you all for having the confidence that we would follow the protocols and that everyone would compete safely. Rick Stevens is the man behind this well-dressed group. He has taken a bunch of students to the Baltimore area, and these students, I believe, all place first, second, or third, and a small group of them will move on to Atlanta in June. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Mr. Stevens.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. First of all, I'd like to say it's great to be here in front of you again. We missed you guys very much so. Okay, sorry. Trying to use my teacher voice. This year we took 50 students in 25 different contests. We had 28 that finished in the top 3, which is 56% of the kids that we took to states finished in the top 3 of the state, which is awesome. Again, as Mr. Zimmer mentioned, we'll be going to Atlanta on June 19th and 25th. And also, I'd like to point out, as we get introduced, it's usually me that's in the front, but we have a lot of people that are in the behind me that do this and that step forward. Tammy Hearn, Mr. Levy, Miss Miller, there's Crystal and Miss Costin. Without these people pushing these kids and working with these kids and pushing me and reminding me, because I can't remember anything anyway, we couldn't do it without them. So, and I want to thank Mr. Zimmer.
We'll switch you out.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
I hear you, man.
There you go. Is that better? All right, we're going to go and get started and get you guys through this. Our first contest, first place in American Spirit, Kayla Layfield is not here. She's sick, but her team is here, Mia Schwinn and Brianna Angelo. Next, we got first place. We're going outside. Yes, remember I told you when you're done, go outside. Our next group placed first in crime scene investigation. Kayla McManus, Joey Gard, and Mackenzie Martinez. As mentioned, the first place students will be going to Atlanta in June. Next, we have third place medical math, Mandy Cho. And Mandy will be joining us for Atlanta, by the way. Third place, mobile robotics, Jonathan Trudeau Hernandez and Brandon Miller. Good job, guys. First place, mobile robotics, Maya Cropper and Briggs Pugner. The next two I'm going to announce, but they're not here, okay? It would be National Voting Delegate Michaela Murphy and first place Principals Engineering Technology Matthew Beck. Next, we have second place in Principals Engineering Technology, Amelia Meehan. For the 36th consecutive year, Worcester Tech has a state officer for Skills USA Maryland. And our state officer this year is Jessica Beck. This young man came in third in the welding sculpture, Jeffrey Eichelberger. This next young man competed in the computer programming contest. I just want to tell a real quick story. He was back and forth if he wanted to go or not. Does he want to go? I don't know if I can. I'm only a ninth grader. Yes, he should have went. He came in second in the state. Joseph Peliquin. The next winner is third place computer programming. Mr. Taylor, he's not here, but Ethan Gell. This is a very brand new contest that we got into. In fact, it's only 2 years old in the state. We went against St. Mary's County, and they're the only ones in the state that do the drone contests. And we put this team together, Ms. Zentney did, and we went down and for our first year came in second and almost placed first. So we're very proud of you two. Good job. Benjamin Chase and Brianna Ferguson. Our next winner was second place in prepared speech. If you heard his speech, you would agree with me he should have came in first. You did a great job. Second place in prepared speech, Janaz Crawley. Next is a group. It's called Quiz Bowl. We have 5: Ava Hinkle, Audrey Mumford, Taya Price, William Cosmo, Jacob Lang. Let me get this. Yankelinus. Now I see why you give me the mic, Mr. Zimmerman.
I love you, Audrey.
Next one, second place in related technical math, Logan Herney. Good job, Logan. We also took third place in related technical math, Emily Stant. The next two, Mr. Taylor, are not here. Second place, restaurant service, Brendan Dunn. And third place, action skills, Tetriano Bilavo. And our very last award is for our school. This is the 6th year that we've been in the top 3 in the nation for Chapter Excellence Program. We have to fill out a form about all the activities that we do. Many states do this, so to be in the top 3 each year is a very big honor and a lot of work. And so we're very proud that we came in with the bronze this year for Worcester Technical High School. Miss Tammy, and me, Austin, and Crystal, come on. Sorry, Mr. Taylor.
No, that's okay.
I know. Come on in.
Big smile. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Good job, Rick.
Normally, I can just use my teacher voice. So, hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. We have some amazing recognitions as well. Congratulations to our Skills USA folks. Today, I'm going to be presenting some art, some music, some health awards, and even 2 staff member awards. So, I will try to be quick, but I also want to give each student their time in the spotlight. So, our first award today is called the Superintendent's Collection. You'll see at the back wall, it is empty. Every year, 1 student from each of our comprehensive high schools is recognized for having an amazing piece of artwork that we like to showcase for the year. Our first, I'm going to ask a couple of the art teachers to come on up here as well with their student. Our first student, and I'm going to show you the artwork as I'm talking, that is recognized today is from Pocomoke High School, Mr. Jacob Payne. This is the piece that was submitted, and Mr. Bison, do you want to make any comments about Jacob?
Thank you. Jacob is an 11th grader at Pocomoke. He's extremely gifted artistically, obviously you can tell. He specializes definitely in pencil, and he likes very photorealistic elements and details. And I've had him in art a couple times, but he actually completed this piece on his own at home, and he would bring it in and like show me. So he does a lot of work at home himself, which I'm very proud of. And this actually won first place in the Berlin Optimist show and People's Choice, so it won $400 for him. So we're very proud of him. So thank you.
All right, Jacob's going to walk up front here, get his certificate. We'll have Ms. Tobiasen with him. Miss Jen Rain. No, I'm good. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's their moment. Congratulations. And Jacob, I'll take it back because it's going to hang on that back wall. Our second recognition is from Stephen Decatur High School. Miss Nadia Bullock. I don't think her teacher was able to join us today, but I can tell you from experience that she's not only an amazing artist, but an incredible athlete and a great student. I have seen Nadia's work over the years and just sort of seen her progress to what she's doing now, and it's fantastic. So her work, I'm going to let you go ahead up and get your photo or get your picture taken. And do you want to tell us what this is done with, what media?
It's done mostly in colored pencil and just like marker, and it's based on another artist that I kind of inspired it. It's like he does all these like doodles. It was a artist-inspired piece.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm going to let you carry it up. Mr. Seitz?
That's really good.
Congratulations. And our third and final piece is from Snow Hill High School. She is a student of Miss Monica Forrester's. Brianna Shockley is incredibly talented. I've been seeing her work now for years, and it's...
So Brianna is a senior this year, extremely talented. She is definitely natural talent. It just comes right out of her. She's drawing all the time. She received her AP credit last year. She is a member of the National Art Honor Society. She's a fantastic student, and I'm going to miss her so.
Here you go. Congratulations. I'm going to let you hold that. You got it. While they're taking that photo, I just want to thank Mr. Buchanan back there. Mr. Buchanan, who he was my art teacher when I was an intern years ago. And this whole superintendent's collection was really his brainchild. And so I thank him for starting the precedent, and I thank the board for allowing us to continue it, because it's really incredible to highlight the work. So thank you to our superintendent's collection. Our next awards are also art, and unfortunately I don't have their pieces framed yet, but I want to bring up first Miss Avery Weber. Avery is from Stephen Decatur Middle School. She, this year, Governor Hogan asked the school systems to please create posters that support our healthcare workers. And it was called the Healthcare Heroes poster. And what could students do artistically to thank their community, thank their healthcare workers, their hospital workers? And so every county was able to have 2 finalists. Unfortunately, we didn't win the state, but these 2 amazingly talented ladies, come on up. This is Opal Hambury from Berlin Intermediate School. So these are our 2 finalists. They are our Healthcare Heroes poster finalists. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can I get Miss Barton and Mr. Cowder? Thanks. So they not only get the certificate from the county, which we always provide, but that certificate also is from Governor Hogan's office. Congratulations, ladies. Our next group, this is the first time now in almost 3 years we've been able to recognize these students in person, and this is our All Shore Band honorees. So out of all the students on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, these students were selected, they auditioned, they were selected for the All Shore Band, and they performed in All Shore, and so this is really exciting. So first from Snow Hill Middle, I'm going to have Mr. Cajun come up and accept the award for Mr. Dalton Tingle. All right. Next, we have from Pocomoke High, and he was, I will say, he was also our lone middle school for the junior All Shore. So please extend our congratulations to Dalton. From Pocomoke High School with conductor Bill Williams, we have Aiden Clayton, Gavin Dennis, and Dylan Cucci. Thank you so much. From Decatur High School, under the direction of Director J.D. Fold, we have Sailor Amos and Logan Don Moyer. Congratulations. Thank you. And finally, from Snow Hill High School, under the direction of Mr. Matt Halig, we have Maya Boyd and Elizabeth Thornton. quite an honor. All Shore, it involves a lot of students, and only our school's top are often put in, so congratulations. Next is our All Shore Choir, and again, it's junior and senior high, which means we've got a couple of middle schoolers and our high schoolers as well. First, from Pocomoke Middle, under the direction of Miss Leah Cole, we have April DeShio and Emily Skorbach. Next, from Snow Hill Middle School, we have Caitlin Rocks, Dalton Tingle, and Regina Welch under the direction of Mr. Dana Cajun. Next, from Pocomoke High School, we have, under the direction of Miss Jenny Hudson, we have Aubrey Jackson Bowen, Carlea DeShio, Phoebe Guo, Treston Melvin, Raquel Durango, Ethan Power, McKenna Selby, and Katara Wallace. Congratulations. And from Snow Hill High School, Miss Kelly Klein is the director there. We miss her dearly. And currently, Mr. Mark Pages is long-term subbing there. But representing them today is Mr. Matt Halig. Ian Portell, congratulations. Connor Stever, and Evan Von Gravenitz. Congratulations. Also, we have mentioned it in a previous board meeting, but there is one honor that all of our accomplished musicians we are so proud of. But there is one honor that's a little bit more exclusive than some of the others. This year, only 4 students on the entire Eastern Shore were selected for All-State Choir. 2 of them right here in Worcester County. I couldn't be prouder, under the direction of Miss Jenny Hudson, Raquel Durango, and Katura Wallace. Congratulations. I want to thank Principal Jen Rain as well. This weekend, she hiked these beautiful young ladies up to Baltimore, and they stayed overnight for the performance on Saturday, and it's amazing. These are amazing young musicians. All right, our next honor, I am going to just say a quick word about the presenter, and then she's going to say a quick word about the honoree. This is Miss Debbie Smullen. Debbie is the Worcester Goes Purple event coordinator. Her organization works to help in our community with opioid addiction, substance abuse addiction overall, recovery, and education of our youth. She's been a big help with a lot of our health classes and health initiatives. So I want to turn it over to her very quickly because she has an award she would like to give Miss Mindy Ouellette.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. So today I am here to present to Ms. Mindy Olette. She is the Worcester Goes Purple Teacher of the Year. She has contributed so much to the Worcester Goes Purple initiative. She's gone above and beyond to do things with her classes. She is well loved by all of her students, and you can tell that she's really invested in what she does. So today I wanted to honor her as the Worcester Goes Purple Teacher of the Year.
If you saw the deer in the headlights, it was a surprise for her. We told her she had to be here, but we didn't tell her why. While we're getting the picture, I'm just always amazed at what she does with her students, how much education and love and care she gives to her students. So this is very well recognized. Very well deserved, I should say. And my final award today, this is Mrs. Stacy Phillips. We were blessed with acquiring Miss Phillips from another local county, just about, is this your second or third year now? Second. She comes with amazing experiences. When we were looking to hire her, we talked to her references, and I'm not going to lie, none of them were happy to hear from us because they were all like, no, you can't take her. She has an amazing way of teaching young students in art class about procedural knowledge, the process of art, really learning to be creative, and also helping them really be successful. The students that Miss Phillips has in her class, they love art class, and that's what it should be about, right? So she teaches them the education piece, but also how much there is to love. This year, she is Worcester County's Outstanding Art Educator for the Maryland Art Education Association. Congratulations. To the Board of Ed, we appreciate your time in doing this. I know these recognitions can be sort of lengthy, but it's so important that we give these opportunities to highlight our students, our amazing teachers, and really share with the community what amazing things are happening in our classrooms. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Tamara. Just, since you called my name out, I'm just going to give you a little bit of background history on the superintendent's art collection. 30 some odd years ago, when you walked into any school, or especially the Board of Education, there was one paint that was used. It was called Snickerdoodle. And so every time I would walk down the halls here at the board, I thought, we got to do something with these walls that would kind of cover the Snickerdoodle, but would also highlight our student artists, which are incredible. And so when we started that, we did 3 pieces from every high school, which was 9 at one time. And then as we covered the walls, we just realized that we had to, kind of limit it to the best of the best onto that. And I can tell you right now, I still have old students that call me and want to know if their artwork that was donated is still hanging on the walls of the, and the second thing is that I had students that when they would fill out their college application, whether they were going into art or whether they were going into any other subject, when on their application, when it said any awards that you received, they always said the superintendent's art collection on that. So, and Tamara, I had 3 student teachers. You were my best. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to keep the Love Fest going. It is my great honor to get to recognize our 3 student Board of Education representatives. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to read because otherwise I'll get all emotional. So these 3 ladies have been the picture of grace and professionalism throughout their service this year. And I know your schools and the students that you represent truly, truly are so proud of your performance this year. So I'm first going to ask Rachel to come up. Rachel is going to be attending Florida Atlantic University this fall, where she's going to be majoring in medical biology with a minor in psychology. And she intends to go to medical school after her undergraduate studies, where she hopes to become a neurologist. So I'm going to do a picture of all three of them, if that's okay. I'm pulling double duty, so we're going to do the one picture. So our next two ladies, I wouldn't be surprised if we see their names again, because Dr. Andy's, they're both going into education. So yes. First, we'll have Lauren Hall come up. She will be attending Salisbury University, where she's majoring in secondary education, and she's hoping to become a math teacher at the high school level. And Raquel Durango is also attending Salisbury University, where she is double majoring in music education and theater. Raquel is planning to be Raquel's planning to be a music teacher, and anyone who has heard this young woman sing knows that our students will be absolutely blessed to learn from her. So I'm going to grab my camera, so if any of our board members or the superintendent would like to say something to our board of reps, we can certainly do so.
Really, Carrie has said it all, but I'll say a few things. These young ladies have been phenomenal. They truly have, and I say every year, we keep getting just outstanding and amazing students to fill this role, and they are so, what impresses me about them the most is their abilities to think rationally, to think openly, to look at all aspects, not just be one-sided about things. And they really add a lot of insight from a student perspective. They don't say a lot, but I can tell you when they speak, we listen, because that's what it's about, understanding our kids. And so I would congratulate all of them. And let me tell you two ladies that are going into teaching. I don't know if I'll be here or not, but don't you sign a contract with anybody till you see the superintendent when you get done. You hear me? I mean, no other county, we get first dibs. And if I'm not here, you call me and I will call the superintendent then, okay? So we want you back in our schools because of your abilities to do that, what you do, and our kids later on will benefit from your knowledge, and I wish you well, Rachel. I can't even spell half of what you're going to do. But anyway, I may need you down the road too, so stay in contact with me. But thank you all. You've been phenomenal. We have been blessed by your presence this year. And as Dr. Andy said earlier, what you've gone through the last 3 years and done what you have done to remain top students and leaders in your schools and community, there's no words to tell you how much we appreciate that, and thank you for that. So congratulations, and we wish you all well. The three high school principals that are here, I'd like for you to come up because you are the ones who sent them to us. Okay, we're going to now do a proclamation, and I'm going to ask to start with Board Member Mr. Ferrante, who will read the first proclamation. We're almost finished.
Yes. So we're going to recognize this month of May as Pupil Personnel Worker Month. Whereas the month of May 2022 has been designated Pupil Personnel Worker Month to recognize pupil personnel workers for understanding that each student and family has worth and unique needs and is therefore deserving of focused support and intervention and should have the opportunity to experience positive physical, social, and psychological well-being in order to be successful in college and career and community. And whereas pupil personnel workers serve as the school system's liaison with families, community, organizations, social services, agencies to foster children's social, emotional well-being and help parents bridge the gap between home and school. and where pupil personnel workers work collaboratively with home, school, and community resources essential to advance effective teaching, learning, and achievement in schools, and whereas when the mental and emotional and physical health of all students is evaluated by committee professionals, they flourish in school and the community. And whereas Lawrence J. Hogan, the governor of the state of Maryland, has proclaimed May 2022 as Pupil Personnel Worker Month in Maryland and urges all citizens to join in celebrating this special observance. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Worcester County Public Schools is proud to recognize pupil personnel workers for serving children in our care by promoting opportunities for every child to experience a safe, healthy learning environment. And be it further proclaimed that the Board of Education of Worcester County joins in this celebrating of the special observance in the recognition of the vital role that pupil personnel workers play in the personnel and academic development of students. Signed by Elena J. McComas, the President of the Board of Education, and Lewis H. Taylor, the Superintendent of Schools. And now I'll turn it over to Mr. Gordy, where he'll read the Governor's Proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a proclamation from the state of Maryland, from the Governor of the state of Maryland, Pupil Personnel Worker Month, May 2022. Maryland is proud to recognize pupil personnel workers for serving all the children of all the people, promoting the opportunities for every child to experience a safe and healthy environment. And whereas pupil personnel workers are specialists trained to consider and assess the needs of the total child and serve as the school's liaison with the family, community organizations, and social agencies to foster the child's physical, psychological, social, intellectual growth. And whereas pupil personnel workers work collaboratively with the resources at the home, school, community, essential to the good mental, emotional, and physical health of each child, necessary to advance effective teaching, learning, and achievement in schools. And whereas it is important that the people of Maryland honor the unique and essential role that pupil personnel workers play in the personal and academic development of Maryland's children. These dedicated professionals do an outstanding job nurturing the growth, maturity, and responsibility that adulthood and good citizenship require. Now, therefore, I, Lawrence J. Hogan, Jr., Governor of the state of Maryland, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as Pupil Personnel Worker Month in Maryland and urge all citizens to join in celebrating this special observance given under the hand of our governor this first day of May 2022.
Cole, thank you. Thank you very much.
We are going to take a 5-minute break because I've got a group of students standing on the front lawn that needs a picture with the board. And we'll take 1 or 5 minutes and we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Sorry, welcome back.
Thank you.
And I am on. Okay, thank you. Appreciate having everyone here for all those presentations. Our students and our teachers are so important to us, so thank you. Okay, today we're now going to move into individual comments. All individuals who signed up to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 1 to 2 minutes regarding information, commendations, or concerns which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session, but should be directed to appropriate district personnel for investigation. When you're called to address the board, just please state your name and address for the record. So, first will be Katie Addis.
Katie Addis, Bishopville, Maryland. I am extremely saddened by the lack of regard for the contracted bus drivers. These contracted drivers were not coming to you with an unreasonable request. They came to you with a request to make ends meet. How many of the board members actually sat down with the bus contractors to have a discussion of how their wages are broken down? You can't possibly understand the issues of drivers if not a single board member has met with them. When the contractors come to you once and the county commissioners twice and have multiple work sessions with Mr. Tolber and Dr. Apt, you can start to understand that they don't just want a pay increase, but they need a pay increase. And yes, they did get an increase, but it wasn't as substantial enough to meet the rate of inflation or the rapidly increasing cost of maintenance. The 4.5 increase was only for their hourly rate, not the other provisions of their total package. Parts of their, the PVA increase still does not cover the cost of their buses, so the drivers are required to dip into their own funds to make up the difference. Parts and labor prices have gone through the roof and fuel is at an all-time high, which are two very important costs that come out of pocket for these bus drivers. And there is a fuel funding formula, which you stated, in place that is supposed to help the rise of fuel costs, but is woefully inadequate and is only a small portion of a big problem. After all the expenses are paid, each contractor will realize a net pay of a little over $21,000 for the year with no health insurance or benefits. If they suffered a breakdown, they could easily be netting less than $20,000 per year. More than 3,600 students and their families depend on these bus contractors to get their children safely to and from school. Is this really the best that we can do to ensure that we are adequately compensating those who are committed and want to provide exceptional transportation services to our community and school? As any business owner knows, your employees get paid first, because if you don't have employees, then you don't have a business. You as board members are dancing a fine line with the families who depend on bus services for our community. For every year that doesn't get reconciled, more and more buses will come to the end of their life, and bus drivers will choose not to purchase a new bus because it isn't a viable business for drivers to make a living wage, let alone save for any sort of retirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jackie Cutlip.
Hi, my name is Jackie Cutlip. It's been a while, but I have been up in this chair before. I live in Berlin, Maryland. I am a mom of 3 kids in 3 different Worcester County schools, and I'm here today to speak in opposition about the new health curriculum. I know that you spoke about it 2 weeks ago, but I was not in the state, and I couldn't be here, so that's why I am here today. I will have you know that I did rewatch the entire thing, so I am aware. I did my due diligence. I did my background. I'm not just coming in here willy-nilly. I did PTA in 2 different schools for almost 6 years. I've been in and out of these schools. I see the kids. I hear what the teachers say behind closed doors, which a lot of people don't, and I'm very good at keeping those secrets. But I hope you will know that it's not just me or Katie that disagree with this. So in the last 2 weeks that I've heard about this, which you hear a lot about transparency all the time, and I heard Mrs. Mills' presentation. I understand, Lou, that you signed a piece of paper for the state saying that you're going to adhere to what they're doing. But as a mom, if this came out in 2019, I have not seen a single Facebook post, a robocall, a flyer, nothing from Worcester County alerting us that's what's brewing or what's coming or what you're working on until a friend's Facebook page 30 days ago, and then I saw it here. So when I hear that only 70-some people in the entire state, reached out about this, I feel that's extremely inaccurate, because I've talked to about 30 people just in the last 2 weeks, and they knew nothing about it. A lot of them are teachers. They don't want anything to do with this. They're not going to come sit behind me for obvious reasons, regardless of how open you think they feel they can be. They cannot. And there's going to be more people now. I'm here to bring awareness. These are my children. I birthed them, no disrespect, but I know this is coming from the state, so maybe you can facilitate some of this to the state easier than I can to you guys. I'm jumping ahead of myself because I get antsy. But moving forward, I do anticipate that there's going to be more people speaking out. We're looking into petitions, things like this. Once I get my brain onto something, a lot of people up there know that it's usually not going to stop. I might not have the same opinions as a lot of people, but in the last thing, I heard a lot of the word uniqueness, okay? So if that's the word that we're going to choose is uniqueness and fair and equal rights, that needs to be fair for both sides. So if there is an opt-out in 5th grade where health items are started to be talked about, and we're going to lower the grade where we're talking about sexually driven options, gender identity, and binary and this stuff, this is the same thing. So if you're going to allow us to opt out in 5th grade, and we're going to move forward with this, and Worcester County agrees, because if you're not going to the state saying you disagree, I'm going to take that. Can I finish my...
Yes, go ahead.
15 seconds, if you wrap it up, please.
We can do that.
Okay, well, specifically, I'm asking if you can't do an opt-in, because you said at the last you can't, then Worcester County find a way to do an opt-out. It has to be done. This is not okay to teach my 7th grader this. If she asked me at my dinner table and learned it in Worcester County, you taught her that. I don't want her to be taught this. And there's a lot of us that don't want this to be taught. So please do your due diligence to have an opt-out.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that is anyone else need to speak? We're okay. Thank you. Appreciate both comments and take under advisement, absolutely. Okay, next we're going to do the JROTC overview presentation. Sorry. Dr. Wallace.
Good afternoon. I am going to our first presentation. If you are, I can see everyone's excited about their presentation, which makes me happy. I want to just thank our folks for being here today, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. McInerney, who is going to introduce her group. But I also want to give her some credit where credit is due. Ms. McInerney has led the charge to hire several new MCJROT or JROTC instructors, if the program may be different than Marine Corps JROTC, which is a very difficult task to do in this climate right now, finding instructors. So I want to give Ms. McInerney a lot of credit for that. She's done an excellent job, and the board will see that there's another staff member to hire today. So I will, no further ado, thank you, Ms. McInerney, for that work, and our high school principals for their help on that, and then you can introduce your group and your presentation.
Now we're ready to stand up. Go for it. Hi, everybody. I'm Jess McInerney. So I'm the coordinator of social studies.
Oh, grab that one, and everyone else can.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So I'm Jess McInerney. I'm the coordinator of social studies and ROTC instruction. And so the best part of this presentation is that this is the last time I'll speak, right? Because you get to hear from the real people who do the work.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chief Warrant Officer 4 Chris Muni. I'm the senior Marine instructor at Pocomoke High School. My counterpart, Marine instructor Gunner Sergeant Towns, is holding down the fort right now while I'm here addressing all of you.
Hello, I'm Bailey Suplick. I'm a second lieutenant at Pocomoke High School, and I am the CO also at Pocomoke High School.
Hello, my name is Amelia Goddard. I'm the cadet captain and commanding officer at Snow Hill High School.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Master Gunnery Sergeant Robert Jadwin, Snow Hill High School Senior Marine Instructor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cadet LPO Weber, and I am the lead petty officer of Seahawk Company at Stephen Decatur High School.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Cadet Ensign Haley Smith. I'm the supply officer at Stephen Decatur High School.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lieutenant Heath Lucas, U.S. Navy, retired, and I am the newly hired Senior Naval Science Instructor at Stephen Decatur High School.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joshua August. I am the Naval Science Instructor at Stephen Decatur High School.
The junior ROTC mission statement is as followed. Instill in students values of citizenship, service to the United States, personal responsibility, and a sense of accomplishment.
The objectives of the JROTC is high school graduation success, perspective on origin and responsibility of citizenship, understand leadership skills and moral character, and develop a sense of pride and personal discipline within the cadet. The JROTC is approved as a career and technical program of study. Students who complete the below required courses will be considered a CTE completer, which, as you can see for Stephen Decatur, it is the NS1 through NS3 program, or as it's called at Pocomoke or Snow Hill, the leadership education.
There are many skills and traits embedded into Worcester County's JROTC cadets. Such skills and traits include discipline, initiative, accountability, service, and leadership. From personal experience, when I first joined Snow Hill's MC JROTC program freshman year, I was extremely shy. I could barely order my own food at restaurants or call a business to ask a question. Only about 2 months into my freshman year, I was told I would be commanding first-year cadet unarmed drill. And for those not familiar, that meant I was to memorize a drill card made up of about 26 commands and practically yell that out loud in front of 100 people. So from not being able to order food to yelling in front of 100 people, it was a very big step for me. Since then, I have worked my way up the ranks and was selected as the senior commanding officers of Snow Hills High School this year. Since freshman year, I have grown my confidence not only in myself, but also my decisions. I was forced out of my comfort zone, and because of the lessons I have received from my past and current senior Marine instructors, Master Sergeant Meekins and Master Gunnery Sergeant Jadwin, I have been able to work for Worcester County not only in its recreational department as a monitor and swim instructor, but also for the county's tourism and economic development department as an office and grant assistant, where I helped local business owners. In JROTC, cadets not only benefit from self-improvement, but they are taught the importance of helping one's community. Each cadet volunteers as much as 150 hours a year in our local community. This includes trash pickups, funerals, food pantries, color guards, and even event help. The greatest lesson I have learned from the program is that a leader never stops learning or growing. I will go on the rest of my life using the skills and traits I have learned in this program everywhere I go. Though many cadets like myself don't plan on joining the military, lessons on leadership skills and traits learned by cadets are beneficial in any future life plans. If anyone was to ask me what my happiest memory or best decision I made while in high school, my answer would be joining Worcester County's JROTC program. Some activities you can see the JROTC doing in local communities is the drill team, color guard, athletic team, orienteering, air rifle, esports, cyber patriot, and volunteering. My personal preference of activity is volunteering. I actually volunteered about 60 hours at my local Snow Hill Elementary School, where I love that, and it's just a great passion of mine to be able to choose what I want to help in and be able to pick what I'm passionate about.
In the JROTC programs in all schools, we support our schools by doing sporting events. We'll participate in those. We'll do color guards. We'll do homecoming and prom or pep rallies. We also, I don't know about the Snow Hill indicators, but we help set up and take down the blood drives that our school hosts as well. We also help our communities by hosting and participating in the parades in all of Worcester County. We do the color guards for outside of just school events. We do service for just our community as well as we'll do our Pocomoke City festivals as every Friday of the month. We do those. And that's about it. That's it. We also do camaraderie with our schools as we're doing right now. We are all working together for this slide. We do drill competitions. We do PT competitions, academic. And then we also, with those competitions, learned leadership skills and being more responsible in ourselves by being more confident and taking seriously the passions that we find in these programs. We also learn discipline. We take seriously, as I said in the last slide, we take very good care of our uniforms with those, and we learn to be confident and take our competitions very seriously and present and show respect for our school and our program. We also do commitment. We do tracks before and after school, and those tracks are PT, academic team, drill, marksmanship. Every cadet is very committed to what they're passionate about. We also do outside of school events like like our pep rallies. We do those. We practice outside of school for those. We even do outside school volunteering. Those are over on the weekends, and a lot of our cadets are very passionate about showing up on our Saturdays and participating in those events. I would also like to say that, though I'm a little jumpy right now, JROTC has everything for everyone. Everyone can find a passion in what they do, no matter what it is, and it's just for everyone to find something that they're proud of and to show confidence in what they're proud of.
Thank you. And I was just so excited that our ROTC cadets, they do a laundry list of things, as you can see, right? The before school, after school, on the weekends. And I'm just so proud of our cadets and our instructors to share with you everything that they're doing, because this is a new thing that it's a CTE completer. So students are able to choose if they want to have ROTC as their CTE completer. It's just a wonderful new opportunity. So we thank you. Does anyone have any questions of the cadets?
Thank you very much. You all did a fabulous job. I commend you. I commend your leadership. Absolutely phenomenal. Well done. I'm so very proud of you. Brief history. Mr. Taylor was principal of Stephen Decatur High School when the ROTC program, Naval ROTC program, was started at Stephen Decatur High School. In my prior life, when I arrived here on July 1st, 1996, one of my job targets was to help launch the Marine Corps JROTC program at Pocomoke and Snow Hill High School. And I am so proud of what those programs have become. The Naval JROTC program, the Marine Corps JROTC program, and have you stand here today just makes me so emotional that we did it, we accomplished it, and we continued it. So thank you very much to the leadership of each of the schools, the school principals, and I'm so very proud of you. And I want to put the plug in. If you aren't considering a career in the military, think about being a teacher.
I want to echo a couple things today. First, I want to echo that Ms. McInerney has just done a phenomenal job. Dr. Wallace said earlier today that it was a difficult task to get instructors, and I thank you, instructors, for committing to Worcester County. I was, as Dr. Andes indicated, I was on the ground floor when we started the first program at Stephen Decatur High School, and I want to give a shout out to the late Jim Barrett, who was a county commissioner here, who really got the ball rolling for us to get this here, and he owned Barrett Chevrolet. For those of you who don't know where that is, it's now, can you think, Hertrick? No, I.G. Burton. I.G. Burton. He owned that, and he called me from Stephen Decatur one day up to his office at then Barrett Chevrolet and said, I want an ROTC program, and I want it at Stephen Decatur High School. He was one of our county commissioners. And so that ball began, and then Dr. Andes, who I worked under for a lot of years, came, and we extended that program to Snow Hill and Pocomoke. And I, too, feel the same pride he feels. When I walk into those classrooms and I see you all standing here, I'm an old guy who looks at the way people dress, the way you're dressed to come before this board today. It's phenomenal. It really fills me up to see people dressed like this, and the way you introduced yourself is quite different than I hear sometimes. So I want to thank the instructors, and I want to thank you young people for who you're becoming. Our world depends on you in the future. I'm going to be a really old guy soon, if not already, and I depend on people like you to carry this country's torch. And so thank you for what you're doing. Jess, thank you for your leadership in making this happen. And again, as long as I sit here, those ROTC programs are a priority to me as superintendent, and I know I echoed that for the board, and you're doing great things, and I thank all of you for leading those ROTC programs, and you young people for representing us well. Thank you.
I also wanted to just share some comments as well that I thought of as I saw you all presenting, and I know some of your siblings I've had, and we've come a long way since that flying squirrel jumped onto me when I was trying to recruit. Oh, that was a long time ago, but it was such a wonderful presentation, and there's a lot of chatter out there, and you mentioned this several times about patriotism and citizenship, and there's a lot of chatter out in our community right now trying to separate the school from patriotism and citizenship. And I think I hope everyone watching and people, I want to thank everyone here who stayed to hear this wonderful presentation about citizenship and patriotism, because there is no separation between Worcester County Public Schools and citizenship and patriotism. And our instructors are showing that every day, and the future of Worcester County and the future of this world stand in front of us saying this today. So I want to just commend all of you because I would wholeheartedly agree. I'm so glad that the state has finally jumped on board with the vision that Ms. McInerney, Dr. Gallagher, Diane Stoltz, Josh Friedel before then have barked up that tree. And we started that as one of our career pathways when I was a principal. And I'm so glad to hear that the state has now jumped on board as a excellent career pathway for students. And just, I think it's an excellent training. I've seen it firsthand in your classroom. I haven't been in the other classrooms, but I'm just so impressed with what you teach these students. So well done. Well done.
Yeah, I have to,
Mr. Smack?
Can I go?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, then we'll go to Don. Go ahead.
I saw firsthand when I was in the classroom at Pocomoke High School in the art program there. Our JROTC was right across the hallway, which it still is now. And I saw the results of your program to the students of Pocomoke, and it was really impressive. The one thing I really liked is that when I would go into the classroom, I think someone would say on deck.
Attention on deck.
Attention on deck, and everybody would stand. And so I always made it an effort to go 4 or 5 times a day. But thank you for what you do. I really appreciate it.
I also like to thank all the young students for ROTC, especially to retired lieutenant of the United States Navy. My father was a World War II in the Navy. And sometimes there's been tears in my eyes. I really come on and tell the Navy stories in World War II. To you, sir. To all of y'all.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Lots of pressure on our next reporters here.
That is one of them.
So our next presentation is from our Education Advisory Council that we call the EAC. This is a committee that I do think actually started under Dr. Andy's leadership back when teacher principal evaluations were changing in the county. And we have really taken this committee and evolved it into monthly meetings where the WCTA president, Beth Shockley Lynch, and Dr. Wallace and myself, and 6 participants, 3 that are appointed through WCTA and 3 that are appointed through Mr. Taylor. We get together and we talk about a lot of different things, a lot of issues, a lot of positive things that are going on in the county. COVID was one of our big ticket items this year, but we have 2 of our wonderful members, Mimi Suskovitz and Danielle Jackson, And they are, I said, 2 of the 6 members who are here to just give you a very brief recap of some of the things that we've talked about and done this year. So welcome, ladies.
Thank you. You've done our report for us. The Educational Advisory Committee was added under Dr. Andes and Helen Shostal, who sits in the audience today, as part of the negotiated agreement to take a look at the problems that teachers had in trying to reach some of the curriculum problems and concerns that we had in our school community and wanted to make changes. So the committee takes a look at several recommendations throughout the course of the year.
And just as Ms. Short stated, the committee has 6 representatives, 3 from the board, 3 from WCTA. We are there along with Ms. Shockley Lynch, Dr. Wallace, and Ms. Shorts. They are representatives from multiple schools throughout our district.
We established group norms and taking a look at policy and procedure and concerns. We've looked at a number of things over the course of the year. Of course, the number one concern was the responsible return plan. I think that if you watch the weekly numbers in COVID cases throughout the state still, you will see that our numbers are close to 0 compared to some of our other counties and counties in the state that are looking at over 100.
We have looked at technology this year. That came up a lot. Our teachers are very grateful with the advancement of technology in the classroom. We'd like to thank the Board of Ed for that. We are excited for the next phase. We did come up with some internet issues, and Dr. Wallace has informed the group about some good things that are coming along that we hope will improve a lot of those issues. And again, the teachers and staff members truly appreciate the technology initiative that we have in our school district. The kids are learning from a lot. We also talked about our mental health. Ms. Lauren Williams came to one of our meetings this year. She discussed some results from a survey that our staff members taken. We are pleased to announce that we did get those mental health days in our schedule this year. The teachers are appreciative of that. They did come to a lot of the members, and thanks to Board of Ed for those added days. We also can thank Ms. Lauren Williams for that partnership with our local health departments and our teachers for able to get that services that they need if they want to reach out to someone in need. We also work with Ms. Stoltz this year for our teacher evaluations, and Mimi's going to elaborate a little bit on that.
We were concerned with using a state evaluation program that was difficult for teachers to understand how it would apply to what we were doing in our own county. So with input from a large group, both here at the board and with teachers, we came up with something different, and I think it's been very beneficial for the coordinators and the executive staff in taking a look at what is best for us in professional development in the county. We're also taking a look very closely at blueprint considerations and the negotiated this agreement this year. We have a memorandum of understanding that will take effect in July, and we'll begin looking at issues concerning blueprint in salary and other areas. So we do appreciate that. The team has been able to work collaboratively. We don't argue, we discuss, we find solutions, and we appreciate that we've had this opportunity. Any questions?
Mimi and Danielle, thank you for what you do. The thing that I appreciate from Dr. Wallace and Ms. Shorts is when they chat with me about it is the cooperation of the committee. That doesn't happen everywhere like it does in Worcester. So I appreciate, and Beth, to extend to your side as well, that cooperation is what makes Worcester County, again, a special place. So thank you all for the work you do professionally together.
Thank you.
It's supposed to be something that every county has in place, but we are, I'm going to say, the only one that's really making it work for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much. Mimi and Danielle, thank you for presenting, and Beth, thank you for everything. We look forward to next year and moving forward with EAC. Our final academic presentation or curriculum presentation is Snow Hill Elementary School. And it looks like Beth is doing a repeat here today. She's helping out a little bit with Mr. Record, who is the principal of Snow Hill Elementary School. As the board knows, we entered a new phase of school improvement this year. We contracted Johns Hopkins University in the dynamic impact process to work us through for the next 3 years. School improvement, and Mr. Record and Ms. Shockley Lynch are going to share a little bit of what that looks like at Snow Hill Elementary School. So
I'm going to brag while he's picking up whatever fell there on the floor. Just so you know, Snow Hill Elementary School was recently named a Maryland Green School, and that's a pretty unusual feat for an elementary school. We also want to invite you on Thursday. The big draw will be happening. Please stop by and join in the fun. And then on the 26th, you will be getting an invitation to our first STEAM Carnival. You're going to learn all about science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math. So book your calendar for those events. Yes. This is my principal, Mr. Matthew Record. He is fabulous, and we are breaking him into the little people world. Uh-huh.
We're here on a very special day. May 17th is I mark it in my calendar every year, it's the anniversary of the announcement of the Supreme Court case of the Brown versus the Board of Education. And on this wonderful day, that wonderful anniversary of the date, it's wonderful that we get to come and talk to you about our school improvement process that reaches all kids. So, history, any former history teachers here?
Dr. Andes, yeah. Yeah. Is he correct?
I just want to say that.
I got you, Dr. So, all of the Worcester County Public Schools partnered with Johns Hopkins University to embrace the dynamic approach for school improvement plans. That planning and process included 3 plans. One was a reading, one or literacy, one was a mathematics, and one was a safety. Snow Elementary School did the same.
I don't want you to think that we ignored the other areas of academics, the arts, any of those things. But those were our 3 areas of focus. Marilyn and Andrea were our partners in this, and when they said, we're only a phone call away, they were only a phone call away. They have Zoomed with us multiple times, answered our questions. They are on speed dial. They really have done an exceptional job in being our partners in putting this together. So, I can't see that far. Each plan has a team of staff members that follow a protocol to develop high-performing outcomes. This is an all-inclusive process. It's not 5 people doing the job. The whole school is involved in it. Each team has a mission, a vision, and some kind of measurable outcome. We're not getting together for the sake of getting together. Each plan has a SMART goal that's based on student achievement, and then we create a goal to get us to that point. Each step obviously has to be fluid because best laid plans sometimes have to change and be altered, and I think the beauty of this plan is you're able to change gears when you need to. And Marilyn and Andrea have certainly answered our questions when we came along with them.
The unique thing about the Johns Hopkins approach is it also talks, it has a special part in your plan that I personally like, and that's the data collection points and the necessary resources. Additionally, we divided it up into 3 cycles, or it was divided up, and we found that very helpful because that gave us a good fluidity throughout started in the summer and ended in November, and then we went from November to March, and then March until the end of the year. So it was very helpful, very helpful. And then lastly, each of our plans, particularly at Snow Elementary School, they correlate and they jive. The left hand is talking to the right hand when we talk about Title I, Judy Center, and our after-school activity. That is essential. That is essential, and we're very happy that that's happening this year.
This is sort of a framework that we work from. That was a framework that we worked from. It's kind of our game plan. And each piece of it sort of keeps us on track. We're always going back and referring to it and making sure we're doing the things that we need to do. Now, if something doesn't work, then we certainly go back and regroup with that. But it sort of keeps us, it's like a grocery list. It kind of keeps us on track all the way through.
There are some pretty big buzzwords like utilize, and analyze, and monitor, and lead, and foundations, intervention, and implementation. And the truth is that we do that, and we monitor. The old AFG quote was, did you do what you said you were going to do, and do you have evidence base for it? But I think also the thing that we have to remember is that there are bright smiling faces behind each one of those data points. And great schools, not good schools, but great schools honor both those values. The importance of a plan and the value of each person, and I think you'll see that at Snow Elementary School. And where we've made success, we continue to grow. And where we haven't made success, we're setting goals for next year. So just 3 quick examples, like Mr. Record, that's nice. Sounds good, sounds like you know what you're doing. What does this look like? Well, very easily, this was something in our ELA literacy plan. This was a station rotation with 3rd graders. Huge implementation that we had to use. We're still keeping our distance, but station rotation was something that we were able to bring back. So we're excited about that. You'll also notice that this wonderful 1st grader and this wonderful 1st grade teacher were working together on the numbers talk. That was an essential piece of activity that we used in our mathematics plan.
And we did not let COVID stand in our way. We had a fabulous virtual presentation by Dr. Eric Thomas that went along with our safety piece. And even though he was virtual, he had kids up and excited, just like he was there in person. It was we were very fortunate to get him, but it was an awesome opportunity for our students. Anybody have questions?
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Yeah.
That was excellent.
Oh, fabulous, so good. You may have the microphone. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for that presentation. I think, Mr. Record, you make an outstanding point that is worth repeating, that there behind every data point is the face of a student, and that the two cannot be separated from one another. I think is an excellent point, and the one addition to that I want to add is that accountability can still take place while looking at that smiling face and that data point at the same time. And without the connectability, or without accountability connecting the two, we're not going to move anywhere. But thank you for that presentation. Dee found the Johns Hopkins process. Well, she looked around and decided, and it was an excellent move on her part to borrow it from very brilliant special educators who found the process and to transform our teams and our school system.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Great job, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you both.
Whoops, I'm so sorry.
Go
That
ahead.
concludes the curriculum instruction portion.
Okay.
Back to you, Ms. McComas.
Thank you, Ms. Shorts. We're now moving on to personnel exhibit. Dr. Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Comas. And good afternoon, board members. And before I start my personnel exhibit, I just would be remiss if I didn't mention what Mimi said earlier about the EAC and the upcoming blueprint collaboration. And I say this all the time to the board and to Mr. Taylor and our executive team. Worcester County is the model of how things should be done, especially when it comes to board and union relations. We do it right. So thanks to Mimi and Beth and Ivory. It is truly a collaboration and conversations that will get us through the blueprint years. So again, thank you. I have for your consideration the May personnel exhibit. Our retirements: Brian Perry, Assistant Principal, Pocomoke High School; Sarah Tillman, Teacher, Ocean City Elementary School. Resignations: Karen Jones, Educational Assistant, Snow Hill High School; Carla Makinen, Grant Coordinator, Central Office; Christina McQuaid, Teacher, Pocomoke Middle School. New hires: Stacy Auckland, Early Childhood, Ocean City Elementary School; Christina Burdan, Early Childhood Teacher, Shall Elementary School; Kelsey Betancourt, Teacher, Ocean City Elementary School; Emily Carmine, Early Childhood Teacher, Snow Hill Elementary School; Eddie Shea, JROTC Instructor, Snow Hill High School; Gabrielle Delansky, Teacher, Ocean City Elementary School; Matthew Fogel, Teacher, Pocomoke Middle School; Michelle Gilmore, Early Childhood Teacher, Snow Hill Elementary School; John Gross, Teacher, Music, Stephen Decatur High School; Grace Heflin, Early Childhood Teacher, Ocean City Elementary School; Caitlin Hetland, Band Teacher, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Kristen Jackson, Library Media Specialist, Snow Hill High School; Bradley Krause, Band Teacher, Snow Hill High School; Carrie Moore, Teacher, Special Education, Snow Hill Middle School; Mackenzie Roberts, Early Childhood Teacher, Ocean City Elementary School; Jessica Silball, Teacher, Special Education, Shall Elementary School; Kevin Sutton, Custodian 2, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Christina Yoon, Early Childhood Special Ed Teacher, Central Office. Promotions: Bess Cropper, Coordinator of Special Education, Central Office; Amy Gallagher, Principal, Berlin Intermediate School; Timothy Gebhardt, Pupil Personnel Worker, Central Office; Jennifer Howard, Assistant Principal, Snow Hill Middle School; Danielle Jackson, Assistant Principal, Pocomoke Middle School; Allison Lucas, Special Education Facilitator, Central Office; Brian Phillips, Coordinator of CTE and World Languages, Central Office; Kristen Tatman, Secretary, Maintenance; April Winterson, Elementary Literacy Instructional Coach, Snow Hill Elementary School. Other announcements that need no action: Ryan Calder, Principal, Shall Elementary School; Jonathan Kell, Assistant Principal, Snow Hill High School; Diane Shorts, Coordinator of Early Childhood, Central Office; and Joseph Stigler, Assistant Principal, Pocomoke High School. On behalf of the Superintendent, I ask the Board to approve the personnel exhibit as presented.
Thank you, sir. Can we have a motion and a second to approve the personnel exhibit as presented?
So moved. Bill Buchanan.
Second, Todd Ferrante.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Madam President, if I could add a couple things. First, let me say that two of the most important jobs that I have as superintendent is putting leaders in the right place. And our team knows that I labor over this for many months, sometimes years, to make sure that I have the right leaders in the right place. And it's not an easy task. And the other tough job is to make sure we secure a budget, obviously, because it takes that to run our school system. So when these moves are made and I make those decisions, I don't take them lightly. I never take them lightly. It's the one thing that really keeps me up at night for months sometimes, making sure we have the right leaders. And I tell principals all the time, the number one job they have is to make sure they hire the right teachers to teach our young people. So today I have asked some of those people who Dr. App has recommended and you've approved to be here so that you can put a name with a face. I could talk for hours about a lot of them, if not all of them, in what they do, because some of them are leaving jobs that they've done tremendous work in to take on another job. And so although I'm a double-edged sword today, sad to see some of them go from the job they're doing, I'm excited about the future of our school system. Most importantly, I think these moves today that I have recommended to the board will propel our school system to an even higher level as we move forward. I'd like for these people to stay standing so that the board can put a name with a face. We have with us today our new coordinator of early childhood, Diane Shorts. We have with us today our new principal of Berlin Intermediate School, Dr. Amy Gallagher. We have with us today our new CTE and World Language Coordinator, Dr. Brian Phillips. We have with us today a new coordinator of special ed, Ms. Bess Cropper. And let me say, Eric, I think it's great that you're here to support your mom today. And we also have with us assistant principal at Pocomoke Middle School, Ms. Danielle Jackson. And we have with us a new assistant principal at Snow Hill Middle School, Ms. Jen Howard. And also a guy who's done a tremendous job at BIS, and I've asked him to go to Shao, and it's a tough move for him because of his passion, but our new principal at Shao Elementary School, Mr. Ryan Cowder. So thank you all and welcome, and I look for great things, and I know this board, when I spoke to them, very supportive of the moves, because we had meetings on Thursday and Friday of last week, and I know you guys are going to do great things, and I have the utmost confidence in your abilities to be leaders in our schools, where you're going, and continue to do the work that you've done. So thank you all and congratulations. Back to you, Ms. McComas.
Thank you. And thank you all for saying yes.
They didn't have a choice, ma'am. They had no choice.
I like to think they did.
Okay.
Sounds better the way she said it.
That's right.
No, we look forward to a tremendous year next year. And I just appreciate all that you do, because I know all that you do. So thank you. Okay, so we are going to move on to policy revision. Dr. App.
Thank you, Ms. McComas. Today, before the board, I have a policy revision for policy 3C01, annual leave and holidays. The annual leave and holiday 12-month policy has been updated to reflect the additional 2 days of annual leave agreed upon in the FY22 negotiated agreements between the Worcester County Teachers Association and the Worcester County Educational Support Association. Annual leave for 12-month employees is now 20 days per fiscal year. The policy revision also reduces the carryover number of vacation days from 8 to 6. The superintendent recommends the approval of the revised policy 3C01 as presented.
Can I have a motion to approve revised policy 3C01, annual leave and holidays as presented?
Don Smack.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And I'll pass on the torch to Ms. Carrie Steers for our next policy.
Good afternoon again. So, as the last several years have revealed, the existing term for our student representatives to the Board of Education doesn't often reflect the term that they're actually able to commit to. So in light of this, we are proposing a change to the term for student representatives, basically effectively shifting that term 1 month earlier. So their term will now be from June 1st to beginning June 1st and ending May 31st. So the superintendent recommends approval of revised policy 1A10, student representation to the Board of Education as presented.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Any comment from the student?
I mean, we leave before, like, our last day is this Friday, so we leave before we would get to come for the June meeting.
And we want to make sure that we're able to recognize them while they're still here in school. And also, this isn't just with this group. This has been something we've seen over the last several years. So.
And it makes perfect sense.
It does.
Can I have a motion to approve policy 1A10, student representation to the Board of Education as presented?
Motion.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Wallace.
Good morning. Before you, or good afternoon, I'm sorry. Before you, you have a revision to Policy 4C09, bullying, harassment, and intimidation. As you know, we already have a policy there, and we needed to make some revisions to be sure that our policy was up to date and most reflective of the most up-to-date COMAR and regulations from the state. So the superintendent would recommend the approval of Policy 4C09, bullying, harassment, and intimidation as presented.
Thank you. Okay, can I have a motion to approve this revised policy 4C09, bullying, harassment, and intimidation as presented?
So moved, Bill Buchanan.
Thank you. Second.
Second, Todd Perrotto.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
All right, thank you. And then I have a second policy there. This is a new policy. It is entitled the Pregnant and Parenting Students Policy. As you're probably familiar, we have a lot of wraparound supports already for our students who are parenting or pregnant in our school system. And as we celebrated our pupil personnel workers earlier this afternoon, they are appropriate people to be celebrating today as we bring forward this policy, because those are the folks that are putting many of these things that are in this policy into place and have been putting in place in Worcester County Public Schools for years. So before you is a new policy describing some specific things around makeup, making sure that students are able to have excused absences for parenting issues, around support for making up work, around pregnancy leave time, and other things that pregnant or parenting parents may, or parenting students may need. So this was a requirement by the state for us to put this in a policy as a protection for our pregnant and parenting students. But again, we feel very confident that all of these things were already in place for our school system. So the superintendent would seek your approval of the new policy, pregnant and parenting students, as presented.
Can I have a motion to approve the new policy for D11?
So moved, Bill Gordy.
Second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. We're now moved to Mr. Vince Talbert.
Yes, Ms. McComas. The first item we have under our fiscal operations is Stephen Carey Middle School addition update and requisition number 6. We have Mr. Joe Price, our facilities planner, and Ms. Lindsay Hill, who's the project manager, Waiting Turner. And Mr. Taylor and I had a chance to tour the site just a couple of weeks ago, and it's amazing the progress that's happening. The block walls are up, the steel is up, the roof deck's going on. Joe's going to share all that and Lindsay with you, but it's going great, Lindsay and Joe. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Go ahead, Lindsay.
As you can see on the diagram above, Mr. Tolbert said as well, we did start our steel last month. Steel has been installed, masonry bearing walls are 100% complete. Our decking has been installed. We're currently prepping to pour the penthouse concrete for the mechanical penthouse on the roof. We will be pouring that this week. So with the steel in, you'll see some of the photos. The vestibule steel has been installed as well. So this is the day after the last board meeting where we received our first trucks to the school, Belmont. And then this is a progress photo of the steel beams being installed along the roof structure. And another view with the deck starting the install. We'll continue down the corridor. And then the passageways connecting to the existing school, steel has been installed as well.
Nice.
Another view of corridor steel. And then the site tour that happened a couple weeks ago. So in the next 30 days, Again, on top of the concrete for the mechanical penthouse, we'll start our skin trades, the roofing, blocking, spray foam. So you'll see some colors showing up on the side of the building shortly.
Any questions?
No, impressive.
How far ahead of schedule, Mr. President?
We're on schedule.
We're on schedule, Mr. President.
Joe and Lindsay, I want to thank you. As was stated, Mr. Tolbert and I had a chance to tour the building, and I'm just impressed with the quality of work that I saw, the folks that you have employed as leading that process, and their enthusiasm to do what's right by that school. And it's my intention that in an upcoming board meeting, prior to the board meeting, I think it's July, we're going to have the board visit the site. So we got to July to get it right. It'll be right. It will be. I know that with Joe Price. But again, we're excited where we are. Thank you both for your dedication to getting it where it is today.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And the superintendent recommends approval of requisition number 6.
Can I have a motion and a second to approve Stephen Decatur Middle School addition construction requisition number 6 as presented?
Make a motion to approve. Todd Ferrante.
Second, John Andes.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you again, Lindsay. The next item, Ms. McComas, even though as we're right in the middle of one of our construction projects, we're planning for the next major school construction project, which is the replacement of Buckingham Elementary School. The next step in that process is selection of a firm to do the feasibility study, and Mr. Price is here to update you on where we are in that process. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Last month, the board approved the Buckingham Feasibility Study Screening Committee's recommendation to interview Becker Morgan Group's Crabtree Urbon Associates and GWWO. On May 5th, the selection committee interviewed the 3 firms. And I want to thank Dr. Apt, Ms. Schwartz, Dr. Welch, Dr. Wallace, Mr. Tolbert, Mr. Steve Price, and Mr. Slacum for serving on the committee and helping with this critical recommendation. The selection committee recommends to the superintendent that Becker Morgan Group be selected to execute the Buckingham Elementary feasibility study.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the selected firm for Buckingham Elementary School feasibility study?
John Andes, so moved.
Donna Smack, second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Thank
passed.
you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Price. The next item we have is a request to waive the bidding procedures for the purchase of 2 recreational vehicles. At the board may remember back in April of 21, we received a Governor's Emergency Education Relief Grant. A major component of that grant was the purchase of 2 RVs. Those RVs were going to go out in the communities of Snow Hill and Pocomoke to kind of take instruction and other services out on the road to our students. Over the past year, we've issued 3 different requests for bids. The first one, we received 1 response. The board did award that bid, but unfortunately, the vendor was unable to deliver in time frame that was designated, so we canceled that bid. We've gone out twice more and received no responses to our bids. We believe what's happening is because of the supply chain issues that we're experiencing in this country and really worldwide. Vendors who may have RVs on their lot can sell them really quickly, and they don't want them to be tied up in a bid process where they have to wait for the bid to be approved, and they're just not participating and choosing to respond to our bid. So there is a section in the federal regulations that allow an exception for competitive bidding. If the awarding agency approves that, we can move forward. We did submit a letter to MSDE, which awarded the grant, advised them of the situation, and asked them for approval to proceed with a non-competitive process. They did approve our request, but also need the board to approve waiving our local bidding procedures and to give the superintendent authority to move forward with purchasing the RVs once we're able to locate them. So that's a request in front of the board today for their approval and their consideration. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Tolbert, where's the nearest vendor that we might purchase these 2 vehicles?
There's one Delmarva RV, I believe, that's not too far away. But just so the board knows, the last RFP that we sent out for bids went to every RV dealer within a 250-mile radius. We sent it out and got no responses. So what we're going to do now, if the board approves this, is we're going to go and look on site at different RV dealers and find some different RVs, get some pricing, pick the one that we can get for the best price, but be able to purchase it right away and not have to tie it up in 4 to 6 weeks of an RFP process.
I know from personal experience that a year ago, there were no RVs out there. You could drive to a lot and they'd say, I'll show you a picture of one. And now the lots are loaded, so that should be to our advantage. At least there does appear to be some product out there to choose from now.
Yes, and I'm hoping so, Mr. Gordy, I really do.
Mr. Gordy, I also spoke with a gentleman who I know rather well who has just purchased a manufacturing RV business, and was having a conversation with him just the other day, and he was telling me he's someone that has a lot of campgrounds, and he's bought this for himself so he can get RVs and stuff, and he says he has orders as far out as 2.5 years to make. So it's a double-edged sword, really. Yeah, but we're trying to move in the right direction.
We're probably going to pay a premium.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably will. And the program is moving forward. We are doing some things. We're not just standing still. I mean, we've gone out to the different firehouses and participating, got kids come in those type of environments. And I don't know if we've done other things, Dr. Wallace or Dee, but we are moving forward. But having these RVs is key to the program moving forward. So
Maybe we could let the kids at the tech center convert a couple old school buses.
they could probably do it, Mr. Gordy, you know.
They could.
So the request today is for to waive the bidding procedures for the purchase of 2 RVs and allow the superintendent to move forward with purchasing 2 RVs if we're able to locate them.
Okay.
Make the motion.
Okay. I have a motion to approve the request to waive bidding requirements. Second?
So move, need that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my last item is the very anticipated monthly report, financial report. For the month of April, so in total non-salary expenditures of $4,067,490.03. The superintendent recommends approval of the April financial report as presented.
Can I have a motion and second to approve the April 30th, 2022 monthly financial report as presented?
So move, Bill Forty.
Second, Todd Ferrante.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you, Ms. McCombs. That concludes fiscal operations.
Thank you. Okay. As far as our upcoming board meeting, the next regular Worcester County Board of Education meeting will be held Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 in the board meeting room here at Central Office. Open session will begin at 10 a.m. to immediately consider voting to reconvene in closed session under General Provisions, Article 3305B of Annotated Code of Maryland. Board will reconvene in open session at 12:30. Board meeting information is always posted on our website, located on www.worcester12k12.org, located under board meeting, board docs. Any informational items?
Just 3 quick ones. Just a reminder that on May 30th, schools and school offices will be closed to celebrate and honor Memorial Day. And also, June 16th and 17th are half a day for all schools, and with exams in high schools and middle schools. And then on June the 17th, which is a half a day, will be the last day of school for this school year. That's all I have.
Wow. Okay, winding down. Again, thank you all who have stayed. We appreciate it. Can I have a motion and a second to adjourn open session?
So moved, Bill Buchanan.
I'll second it, need that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?